Dobro utro. Good morning. It's my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you on behalf of the World Forum for Ethics in Business and its strategic partner here in Slovenia, Focus 2031, to the very first WFEB conference here in Slovenia and this most amazing city of Bled. My name is Christoph Glaser. I'm, since 2006, a director for the World Forum, which is a Brussels-based foundation with the aim to advocate ethics and good governance, in fact, around the globe, and I will be guiding you through this day. Thank you. The theme of the day, ethics in business and leadership. The time is right now. And indeed, I think in the light of the ongoing, sometimes we would think never-ending economic crisis around the globe, and in the light of what is happening just as we are talking in Cyprus, I think we all would agree that we need a paradigm shift. We need to move towards a sustainable approach to ethics and leadership. Because if we keep doing the same thing, we probably will just get the same results. And do we want to have those? But how did we get into this crisis, and how could we possibly get out of it? Is it about changing the system? Or could it be maybe about changing its players so that they intrinsically would like to comply with rules and regulations, or even do the right thing even if nobody watches? These and more are the questions which we would like to discuss today. And we are extremely honored and pleased to have this discussion in the presence of incredibly well-spoken, well-versed and renowned speakers. We will be welcoming today the President of the Republic of Slovenia, His Excellency Mr. Borut Pahor. We will be having with us opening speech from the Governor of the Bank of Slovenia, Dr. Marko Kranz. We will have opening speeches as well from Mr. Peterle, the President of the think tank Focus 2031, Member of European Parliament and Prime Minister of the first democratically elected government of Slovenia. We have with us Ms. Rachita Kulkarni, President World Forum for Ethics in Business. And we will have with us all the way from India, His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, a co-founder of the World Forum and founder of the Art of Living Foundation. And of course, we are looking much forward to the two panel discussions with an illustrious lineup of speakers. And as you might have seen in the program, as always at the WFEB, we have invited the youth of Slovenia, to speak up in what we call the call of the youth. And in between, to balance really right and left side of our brains, we'll have some beautiful musical interventions. But this is a discussion which I think needs to be held much from the level of our heart. And maybe it would be important to start by meeting and greeting each other. Did you have a chance to actually do that? Did you meet and greet? Let's do that. Could we maybe stand up and just meet your person to the right, to the left, front and back, and really wish them a good impact and a good conference. So, great. I have already seen so many smiles on so many faces. That's a very encouraging start for a very important discussion and an important day. We would like to thank the people and the organizations which made this very conference possible. First of all, we would like to thank Focus 2031, our strategic partner and co-organizer of this conference in Slovenia. Focus 2031 is an open political platform initiated by Mr. Loise Peterle in August 2011, and citizens from all backgrounds are invited to participate in finding solutions for a sustainable Slovenia. We would also like to thank the main sponsor, Planet of Health, our partners here, the IEDC, the Bled School of Management. Thank you so much for having us. This is an incredible venue. This is a wonderful school. As well as the supporters, KD Skladli, Dragoman, Alchemist, the Managers Associations of Slovenia, and our musical duo from the concert agency Gallus Cornelius. We'd also like to thank the Art of Living Foundation here in Slovenia, which was helping a lot to make this possible. But now it's my great honor and a privilege to call for Professor Dr. Danica Pork, the president of this very school, and thank you again so much for hosting us here.
Thank you very much. Dobro jutro in dobrodošli.
Good morning and welcome.
Just some minutes ago, but I see, oh yes, so you have a, I saw that not everybody who is a guest from abroad has this apparatus on the ear, so I said I shall then talk English better. So, shall I speak English? I shall do. You know, I also, because our school is, the language in our school is also English. We are an international business school. And I have to tell you, I shall use, of course, this occasion not only to greet you, but to tell you what we are doing. We exist now 27 years. And 24 years ago, we had already our postgraduate studies, MBA, and we said we need to give some ethics to the students. And then I didn't know, I was by myself coming from social science, and I had ethics at the university, studying philosophy, sociology, and political science. But we were more studying the directions, you know, the different philosophical directions and the different understanding of ethics. So I said, this is not probably the right thing. And then I read an article of Bishop Grmić, Slovenes would know him, and he wrote about ethics, and I invited him. I shall never forget that day. He had an hour of lecture on ethics. It was extremely good lecture, really something very touching, I have to say. And then, you know, when he stopped lecturing, people started to ask him questions. And they said, Mr. Grmić, what is more ethical? To tell to the government that you are really in a bad position with your company and that you need the help, etc. And then, of course, the government can say, we don't give you the help, and then you are bankrupting and dismissing hundreds of people. I can't say thousands because we don't have such a big companies. I mean, at least not many. But still, you know, not anymore, somebody said. That's true, too. In that time, there were still some. But then, you know, or it is more honest to keep, you know, the secret and to give as long as possible still the salaries to people. And is that then more ethical because these people will have salaries and better life at least for some time? And you know what the bishop said? He said, I'm sorry, but on this I cannot answer because I'm not, you know, from this business, etc. I didn't think about that. So I can tell you from this time onwards, I tried to find a business person, my colleague, who was later joining us, and he is now teaching ethics in the school. And later I shall say about, because I shall be still in this round table here, in the panel, how we develop that further and what I am thinking about business ethics. Because in fact, I think that There is no business ethics when if we don't have a personal ethical ethics, you know. I think that everything starts from there. But in any case, here we are, having for 23 years ethics in our longer programs. That was the same year as Stanford did it. We were then one of the first 20 schools in the world that signed in 2007 the Declaration Prime, Principles of Responsible Management Education of United Nations. And since Harvard didn't sign it, we did it, 20 schools from Eastern Central Europe, but Harvard didn't. And then, you know, they did not mention us for years. And I was complaining, I mean, for some years. And I complained and complained. Even when Al Gore was in Slovenia, he is a Harvard graduate, I'm a Harvard graduate. I told him this is not correct, you know. If Harvard is not there, one of the most well-known schools in the world, then nobody is there, you know. This is not correct. But I have a big pleasure to tell you that now we have 500 business schools that signed this from 80 countries, and I became president of this Prime Steering Committee for 2013. So, thank you. And yesterday I wrote a letter to Mr. Ban Ki-moon to tell him what we are doing. So, you know, it's not so often that you are corresponding like that. And we have in this school also association Seaman, which makes 2 books wrote just on the basis of research on poverty and what can management schools do in the you know, to eradicate poverty. And this will be now these 2 books will be published. We were also winning the prize of American Aspen Institute that is dealing with responsible management education. We became one of the 100 business schools in the world dealing with this. We are organizing together with Sandy Češko Clinton Initiative. It will be this year in, Sandy Češko is the president of the well-known company Studio Moderna, and he is very active in Clinton Initiative. We shall have this. And we are dealing and hosting every year Challenge Future. And I hope that Andrea Kudrin is here, because this Challenge Future is a competition of about 200,000 young people dealing with ethical issues. This year they have, but the rector of Maribor University is here, who is a judge in this, because we have a competition, and in this competition we are looking for the best proposals concerning sustainable development, ethical issues. This year is a job creation, etc. So this would be a little bit of PR for our school and for Central and East European Management Development Association that has headquarters here, but it became, in fact, now it's still called CEMAN, CEMAN, but it became a global association of, we call it now for leadership, International Association for Leadership Development in Dynamic Societies. And we don't want to say emerging markets, because firstly, it's not only market that we are talking about, but there are societies. And secondly, I think that we are slowly emerging, and that we emerged and now, but we would like, if we are not already developed dynamically. I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to thank you for coming here and sharing with us this these wonderful ideas that we shall be hearing today. I forgot to say that we have in September 22nd, 23rd here also the World Summit on Principles of Responsible Management Education. So I invite you already now to come. We would like especially to have business people into and politics. Politics is too less coming here, I have to say. We would like to have more people from public administration and from politics, because we think that only together we can really work for a better world. Thank you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much, Professor Pork, and thanks again for hosting the WFEP. Looking forward to hearing you again in the panel. We would like to honor you with a WFEP memento. A big hand to Professor Pork. Great. And I would like now to call for Ms. Rachita Kolgani, the president, indeed, of the World Forum for Ethics in Business. Rachita, please.
Thank you, Christoph. Dobro jutro. Good morning. And a very hearty welcome to this first National Symposium on Ethics in Business, which I want to thank Mr. Petele because it is his inspiration that has brought this conference and this conversation to Slovenia. So I think a big round of applause is due to Mr. Petele for this. And also, Dr. Polk, thank you for opening your heart and home here for us. I must say this is my first trip to Slovenia, and I'm so happy that this was the occasion that I had a chance to come to this beautiful city of Ljubljana. In fact, on the way to the school here, it was a challenge not to take a lot of photographs. It was so beautiful, the nature. So thank you for having us. And on behalf of the entire global team of the World Forum for Ethics in Business, I think a very big applause and congratulations is due to all of you for bringing the conversation on ethics to Slovenia. So I think a big round to all of you for being here today and making the time to have this important conversation. You know, we are at a point in time in history, you will agree, where every day we are experiencing some crisis or the other, whether it is an economic crisis, whether it's a political crisis, or whether it's a social crisis. And what is happening today is that this is happening at a much faster pace than what we have experienced in our living lives and what we might have heard as stories from our parents and grandparents. Would you agree? Yes? And, you know, thanks to technology, thanks to the world becoming a global village, the impact of this crisis is really far-reaching. The impact of this crisis is not restricted to the country or even the organization which is experiencing this crisis, isn't it? I mean, when Lehman Brothers crashed a few years ago, who would think that that would start a pinball effect around the world? When a small country in some part of Europe can default on its debts, who would think that that has far-reaching impact on the whole world? And therefore, as responsible citizens of the world, how much responsibility that puts on us to really become aware of what is the role we are playing? What is the role we are playing in this global scenario? And I think in that context, this conversation that we are having today, Christoph in his opening remarks referred to the crisis in Cyprus this week. You know, the ILO reports as of last quarter 2012 peg the losses of jobs because of the global financial crisis at about 40 million. We are about 3 months hence, so I'm sure this number has increased. And the global losses over $15 trillion. Now that's a lot of money to have lost, and that's a lot of people without jobs. That would be like the 40 times, about 20 times the population of Slovenia is without jobs. So this is a serious time, and I think without spending more time on what's going wrong, because we've all read it, we are experiencing it every day, some of us have been caught into it. What I want to do is take a few minutes, because this is the first National Symposium on Ethics that WFEB is bringing to Slovenia. We thought that it would be a good idea to tell you shortly about what WFEB is doing to address this global crisis in ethics. Would that be of interest to you? Yes? Yeah? So I'm going to take you through a few slides, and we will continue the conversation as this morning goes ahead. So WFEB was established with really 4 key strategic objectives. The first was to increase global awareness of ethics in business. You know, these conversations, when we started a few years ago, were almost treated like a luxury. People would think, wow, that's a very That's a very unique subject to talk about. But guess what? Not later than a few years now, we are realizing that this is such an important aspect. And Dr. Purg, it's great to hear how IDC has integrated the education of ethics in the MBA school here. So one is increasing global awareness. Second is how can we facilitate the sharing of best practices? There are a lot of great things happening around the world even today, where leaders are really making an effort, organizations are making an effort to integrate ethical businesses in the way they are running their businesses. So how can we facilitate this sharing of global practices? And how can we enable and support leaders to become more ethical? It is very good for many of us to stand here on the podium and say, it is important to be ethical. But like Dr. Purg said, today in the world, we are faced with dilemmas which don't have black and white answers. There are many shades of gray. Would you agree? It's not easy to say, yes, I do this, or no, I don't do that. There are many repercussions. So how can we play the role of enabling and supporting leaders in doing this? And I'll talk a little bit more about one particular tool we have to do this in a bit. And how can we forge coalitions for collective action? It is much difficult for me to do something alone, much easier when a few of us are together and can make a collective voice heard. We have many examples of this around the world that we've experienced, and we'll be happy to talk more about it in our conversations this morning. So we've had an incredible advocacy platform, an incredible advocacy effort around the world. Thousands of leaders have come together. Over 60, 70 countries participated in these conversations. We instituted a few years ago awards to reward people who are doing ethical businesses, who are showing by example that ethical leadership is possible. 14 very prestigious organizations and illustrious individuals have won these awards. And as Christoph mentioned in his opening remarks, the youth, the future of our world today are really who we need to nurture and we need to set an example for. So we have a fantastic program to inculcate ethical leadership and its values in the youth, which is conducted as the International World Youth Forum. So we've had 5 editions of that, and we have a strong agenda for action. So this is some from the Youth Forum previously. This is some of our conferences. So in our effort to take the advocacy, the voice of ethics around the world, we've had conferences around the world, right from South America, India, right here in Europe, Africa, Russia, Poland, Singapore, and so on. And I'm glad that Slovenia has joined this conversation to take the voice of ethics. And this is something I want to talk to you about, because a lot of what we talk about ethics is now needs to boil down to how can I become an ethical leader? How can I really institute those values of ethics? And this was a program that we developed, the Transformational Leadership for Excellence, about 4 years ago, which we offer now to organizations to help leadership of these organizations really, learn some very practical tools and techniques, some practical knowledge on how they can become ethical, how they can help their leadership and management become ethical. And I want to tell you, talk to you about a bit of the spirit of this program. What is this? It's an iceberg, right? So what is the classic hallmark of an iceberg? What you see is really a very tiny bit of what you don't see of the iceberg, isn't it? As this picture shows. So, and exactly so, all of us here are leaders of large organizations. Plans, visions, strategies, systems, procedures, vision statements are things that we can see, right? We can see, we can read them. They are on our internet sites. We circulate them by annual emails to our employee base. But what we cannot really touch, feel, measure, it's not tactile, are the habits that our people have, the attitudes, the culture, which, the feelings with which our people are coming to work every day. If you have 1,000 employees, 1,000 people are coming with 1,000 different feelings and 1,000 different fears and value systems every day to your workplace. And that totally, you could say, really adds up as the culture of our organization. And I'm told that there's a popular saying in Europe that culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? And typically that is why we can even go as far as to say that 9 out of 10 strategies sometimes fail, because we focus on that part which we can see, but what about that which we cannot see? And imagine with the environment that we are in, with this entire stress that's going around us, with that crisis mindset that our people are in today, you know, how that automatically leads to a lot of stress for our people. And if you're stressed when you come to work, you're not physically, mentally fit, how can you have ownership for what you do? Even if you want to, you are not physically and mentally fit to do that. And that almost is what we know today is burnout. And when that happens, if individually you're not doing well, it's obvious that the teams will not function well as well, right? If you have dysfunctional individual employees, you automatically have dysfunctional teams. And when that happens, again, how can we make the strategy, the vision of our organization come alive and come true? So we believe that for organizational success, we need to start, for organizational wellness even, you need to start with individual wellness. And we've, we have a fantastic tool which really focuses on these 3 levels. Personal wellness, which leads to team cohesion and connectedness, which leads to therefore galvanizing into a more powerful, a bigger vision for the organization. So this really, I wanted to share this with you as a case study, because what I have seen is that it's, it's important that we recognize that there are tools, as our effort is to bring tools as a forum, to bring tools to each of you as leaders, which you can take back and therefore help make your organizations that progress. We have some incredible feedback about it, some great organizations and governments around the world who have experienced this. And I want to leave you with this. This is a busy slide, I know, but this is for you to take away that there are huge plans that we have, a number of strategic initiatives at a global level, at a regional level, at an organizational level, and ultimately at the individual level. Because ethics, I believe, doesn't lie in a compliance manual. It doesn't lie in an office cubicle. It lies within me. What I bring to the table as my personal values. In fact, there is a popular saying that, if I don't want someone to do unto me something bad, I have to think about what I do unto others. So our effort is really multi-pronged, it's multi-strategic, and which is why conversations like these are very important for us, because as we go ahead and towards the closing, we will even see, we would like to share with you some tangible initiatives that we are launching this year. Just to mention one, we are launching an online curriculum for ethical leadership. Our team is building it right now, which will be available, and people can actually get onto that and get certified on ethical leadership, and a number of others. We are partnering with a university in India to set up a school of good governance. We were talking about ethics in politics yesterday. We were discussing with Mr. Petele, and you will all agree that there is a big need right now around the world. So we are actually partnering with them, with our intellectual capital, to set up a school of good governance. And we are confident as WFEB that this advocacy and the actions that we take together will therefore bring a very tangible change in the years to come. And I think the responsibility lies with us. I want to really end my few thoughts with 3 questions to you, with your permission. Is that okay if I ask you 3 questions? Yes? Okay. So my first question, and they're simple. I don't think you'll have trouble answering them. So my first question is, would you like your employees to be ethical with you? Yes? No? Yes. I can't hear everybody saying yes. Yes? Yes, that's okay, good. Would you like to have a good personal and professional reputation? Yes? Yes. Okay, great. And simple one. Would you like to have good health and a good night's sleep? Yes? 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 Then I think we are on the same page. And I think it really boils down. all the mumbo-jumbo, all the gizmo, all the high-flying things really boil down to these very simple questions. And if the answers to this is yes, then I think we're on a right path. And I want to leave you with the 3 R's that are very personally dear to me. Therefore, what responsibility do I take for ethics? What responsibility do I take for my own conduct and to make an impact on the community, on the organization around me, so that can have this ripple impact on a much bigger circle of influence? What is the resilience I have? Because it's easy to do it today, maybe it's easy to do it tomorrow, but it needs resilience to do it day after day, every day. And therefore, ultimately, what reform can I influence within myself and around me? With these few thoughts, I want to congratulate you once again for making your time for this important conversation. We have a very rich morning ahead of us, and I'm sure you will get great seeds of inspiration from here. In fact, you will be delighted to know that we are really making our voice heard around the world from right here, because there is a live web streaming happening as we are here. So I think we should make sure we are looking really tight and right, because people are watching us around the world. And I want you to also take this opportunity to make your voice heard. We can tweet about it. You can tweet it with a hashtag for WFEB. Share your thoughts, share your seeds of inspiration, so that a lot more people than are here in this room can get the benefit and the advantage of our conversations this morning. Thank you very much, and welcome once again.
Thank you so much, Rachita, for this wonderful contribution. And I would like now to call for Mr. Peterle to address us. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Spoštovana gospa predsednica, spoštovana druga predsednica.
Dear President, dear second presidents, dear participants, this conference is happening in Slovenia during a really low trust into the politics, during the times of strong political polarization and debts of the countries, low bond, in the time when young people are going to work abroad. We came from a financial crisis to a global economic crisis, to a political crisis, and now to a social crisis. In the year 1991, we have decided to become an independent state. 15 years we have been working very well. We were the best new member state of the European Union, and now our ships are sailing between Cyprus and Greece. And in the new year, this year, we already have the 3rd new government, and the citizens are asking themselves, how is it possible, and who is responsible for this situation? How can foreign banks have the best profits of the last few years, and why are our Slovenian banks working with this year even bigger, even smaller profits or losses? I'm not a businessman, but I'm nonetheless interested how the business is being run, the business called the state, and how the citizens in these states can trust to the state. And the key problem of our transition is I would say, that we didn't introduce the rule of law in the right way, because without it we have corruption, and the rule of law is also important for the economic situation. Important for this context is to value the human rights, and the fathers of the European Union have said that too. And for this concept, this is also important, that the business interest, including with the profit, is put in a bigger social context or in the field of responsibility. Where do we have less crisis in Europe? We have it there where the rule of law is governing, for example, in the north, and where they have started with reforms early in Austria and Sweden, in Finland, and in other countries. In the same European Union and with the same crisis, some are working okay and the others have problems. So the crisis didn't start actually outside. There must be a problem inside the states. It seems that ones who are responsible were determined, and those are the capitalism and the European Union. And if we look at the measures at the European level against Cyprus, we already heard in Slovenia that the term human rights, that is very interesting and very characteristic of such things. 20 years ago we have decided for a better order, and I think that in 2014 we became part of a better, in 2004 we have become a part of a better world. We have seen and we see what we shouldn't do. We see that if we don't act responsible, problems will arise, and we need responsible acting at all levels, and there must be something that we call the common good. If the I is oriented into the profit, then there must be a we. Ethics can be realized or developed in a relationship between I and we. And our biggest problem is that we have a social framework that doesn't respect the common good in Slovenia, and therefore this has turned into clientelistic and privatization interests, and we have to pay the debt, or we all have to pay the debt for this. We shouldn't only raise the elite in Slovenia. There is no nation without it. We need also a political elite. I won't talk about a business elite. I am happy that there are so many business persons today with us. We need an elite that won't steal and that will introduce democracy on all levels of work. We have successful business persons, but unethical. This conference is intended to find answers on questions how to introduce ethics in business and in the area of leadership. Ethic in business means ethic of taking actions. The problem happens if we don't have the will to control all this development and relationships. Why are we doing this? When I met His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankar at a cultural festival in Berlin, I saw that he and his co-workers are doing the right thing, that they're searching for something on which we can build sustainable relationships and sustainable successes. So this initiative was developed to organize this conference together. And I'm very happy, and I would also like to thank Mr. Ajita for her part. We will meet Mr. Shankar today, and so I'm very happy that this is happening. And I'm happy that we have organized this conference in such a big format. I would like to greet Mr. Kranjec, the governor of the Bank of Slovenia. He was the first Slovenian finance minister. People from the academics will talk here today. Business persons, the media is here with us. But I'm also happy that a young generation is here with us who is challenged with things that no generation had to face with. I'm happy that we have this think tank forum and that we can answer the questions that arise. We think that ethics is very important when we are looking for a path for Slovenia. And I don't want to talk only about this topic. I would like to also, we are interested how can Slovenia develop in a better way, in a different way. We think that this is possible. We would like to know how to enable Slovenia to grow. We are convinced that we need a different Slovenia that won't be polarized, but that will be enriched with the differences. I would also like to thank the president of the business school Bled, Ms. Burg, for this offer that has helped us to organize this conference. And I would also like to thank, so a couple of days ago, I was talking to a Slovenian musician who is not interested in politics, but she said that she wishes to have charismatic leaders. She said that she doesn't want charismatic leaders, but she wants to have leaders with integrity and with knowledge. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peterle, for your speech, and we would like to honor you also with the Momento, WFB Momento. Big hand, a round of applause. And we would now like to hear Mr. Marko Krajnic, the governor of the Bank of Slovenia. Thank you so much for being with us.
Spoštovane gospe in gospodje.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy and honored to be here today with the title Ethics in Business and Leadership. The questions about ethics have always been controversial from the antique forth. Politicians, artists, everybody asked themselves the questions. But nowadays we have a joint meaning about this, consensus about this. But I would like to state my point of view. And Mr. Peterle invited me to this conference because he wanted to see how bankers act, what they think about this, maybe even to apologize for the financial crisis. But I would like to ask you some quite provocative questions about ethics. First question. Is market economy inherently connected to bribery, corruption, fraud, accounting scams, pollution, bad production of bad and harmful products? Some would say yes, but Marshall Hazeltine, the former British minister, said the market doesn't know a moral, it's immoral. Many businessmen are near to crossing the line between legal and illegal behavior, but I think that most businessmen, most business agents are acting within the legal framework. Acting in one's own interests can be within the interests of the public, but we need a good legal, judicial, and administrative framework. This is very important. Do we have such a framework now? This is the question you can answer yourself. The second question: has the big business weakened ethical standards? Are the markets becoming more and more immoral? This question asked Michael Sandels, the professor on the Harvard University. He published the book What Money Can't Buy, The Limits of Markets, and I would highly recommend you to read it. Well, the answer to this question is yes and no. Big business, the appearance of big business changed how the market operates, how it acts. If we see corruption, everybody is outraged, but for the company, this does not mean they cannot operate in the future. They're not being severely punished. Maybe the managers, the directors are being replaced, but the company still exists. And I don't want to mention all the topics we have heard about, the horse meat scandal, the pollution, all the products we are offered on the market that are not good and harmful. We see this every day. But on the other hand, I think it is still true that for a long-lasting existence of a company, the company must be ethical. And I can state two examples. Warren Buffett.
Even a lot of money, but we can't afford to lose reputation. In precej daleč nazaj, Henry Ford, tovarna avtomobil.
And Henry Ford so we see that the market, in my opinion, is less ethical these days. The third question: are there differences between industries in the question of ethical standards? So if you think of the bank business and the finance business, we can see that there are some differences in transparent business making can lead to big profits, like, for example, the financial derivatives. These products can be good for insuring risks, but we have seen that the providers of such products sell these not because people would gain something with it, because people would have profit, but because they act in their own interest. They have the profit, the providers, and they always say, oh, the people know what they buy. We told them, but many times it is not clear to the buyers. It is untransparent. The industry, the traditional industries, like, for example, the manufacturing, is different into this way. Here we see ethical standards and connected to this is also my fourth question. Are the businessmen nowadays more impatient? Do they want to make fast money, especially in the finance business and in sports? The businessmen nowadays want to get rich fast, and the media supports this. Nobody asks you where you got your fortune. There are reliable research studies where businessmen are divided into patient planners or risk averters, and those people who are willing to take risks. And nowadays we see that people are willing to take risks because they want to make the fast money. And this is one of the reasons for the financial crisis today. Like, for example, the shares. For not long ago, now we can sell our shares very fast. In the past, this wasn't like this. You couldn't sell your shares just like that. And my question is, did this change ethical standards? Maybe we find the question on this symposium. And another question: is it possible to expect higher ethical standards from public agents, from public authorities? Yes, one should think so, that they would have higher ethical standards, but in practice we see it's not like this, unfortunately. The corporations, the companies can't expect the public sector to help them deal with their financial crisis. But as I already said, we need a good financial, political, judicial, and administrative framework and system for the whole market to work. And we can ask ourselves the questions, does the market economy have a future? How will the future look like? Many people think that we need a new model which will bring higher standards, and some even think that we need a planned economy. Well, there is no mechanism which would be better than market economy. This has been empirically proven, and this must not be forgotten in our discussions about ethics. But this does not mean that we facilitate the market society. The economical and social development of the last 30 years led to the introduction of market economy where in fields where it has not been before. And these are the critical points. Like, for example, the endangered animals, private prisons, financial derivatives, the viatical insurance, for example. You buy the insurance of somebody who died, who has already died, and you make profit like this. This is extremely unethical behavior, and I have no answers for such behavior. But I would like to cite Mahatma Gandhi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karnjats, for your speech, and we would like to honor you. Ms. Katja Gregel and Andrzej Drampus would do that. There's no doubt there are so many challenges ahead of us, and maybe we need definitely we do need a good amount of strength to cope with those, and we would like to invite our musicians to infuse some of that. That is the duo Flavia. They are members of the Chile Art Quartet. I invite Ms. Spela Krasnan and Ms. Barbara Upeli on stage. And while they are coming, could I already invite also the distinguished speakers and moderator from the first panel to take place? So then we are ready for that. Please. Yes. Wow, thank you so much to the duo of Flavia. That was wonderful, enriching. So we are ready for a interesting panel discussion. We very much see this conference and also this discussion as a dialogue, as there is an incredible, almost humbling amount of leadership experience at this side of the room. So we are a little bit short in time. The beginning took some time. So maybe we keep the speeches a little shorter so that we have time also for dialogue. We are much happy to have with us Professor Dr. Jože Damian, the professor, Faculty of Economics at the University of Ljubljana. Big round of applause. We have with us Professor Dr. Metka Sorts, President, Healthcare Council of Slovenia and Medicor. Thank you for being with us. Mr. Primož Cencel, the CFA Fund Manager, KD Funds. We have with us Professor Danica Purk. Big round of applause. And Mr. David Buckley, CFO, Studio Moderna. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Günther Konrad, the CEO of Confirst GmbH from Germany. Thank you. Günther, can I invite you to start the session?
Okay. Can you hear me? Does it work? Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. We understand that we are under time pressure and we have a stretch target, but we're used to stretch targets, so we're very happy to go on this. Thank you for the introduction. So I would like the speakers to give their presentations for 5 minutes each. I have my iPhone here, which will ring and help us. And in addition, I have a backup version in the most normal style. So I think I've been selected because I'm a German to keep this under control. Because we would like to have a lively discussion about the contributions of the panel after we had each of your contributions. So could we please start maybe with Professor Borg, if you're ready, and then we go just in this direction.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Since I used quite a lot of my time already before, I would just like to say and to point out again what I said in the beginning, that I believe that personal ethics is extremely important, and it should be said perhaps how to be honest in business, you know. So how you as a person, you are honest in your life, in your business, and in everything what you touch. I was, what Mr. Kranjec said, I really agree with many of these things, because he had some great quotes and he talked about market economy. But I think that here we have somebody who will probably, Mr. Damian, who is known here in Slovenia for his ideas about the economy, about the liberal economy. I think that there are some problems that we have to put under the control. And, but of course, always taking care that it's not becoming too bureaucratic. Because if you have too much freedom and you try to make too many rules, then again, it's going in the wrong direction. And you know, I was thinking about the 10 commandments, and I said there is one missing, the 11th one, and that is, thou shalt be honest in doing business. And everybody knows what means to be honest. Peter Drucker, you know, our big icon in management, he said that there is neither a separate ethics of business, nor is one needed complying the standards if personal ethics cover all business situations. And he moved a little bit in the direction of a collective responsibility, saying at another occasion that the ultimate responsibility of company directors is not to harm. So I would say that, in fact, interpreting the view on personal ethics and collective ethics is the fact that in most of nations, corporate entities are in some respect legally treated as persons. And in any case, stakeholders, which means suppliers, customers, shareholders, employees, neighbors, and so on, have the duty to behave ethically, and they may expect the same from the company and its leaders. And in my view, it is possible to simplify this seemingly complex issue by going back to personality and responsibility, as I said already, in personal responsibility, in personal ethics, though shall be honest in doing business. That is my contribution.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul. This is a very good start. Thank you very much. And now maybe I ask for your contribution, Mr. Zenzel.
Good morning also from my side. If I can ask for my slides, it would be very nice. Thank you very much. As the portfolio manager responsible for the fixed income investments at KD Funds, I have to say it was quite a rough ride for the last couple of years, last 6 years, following what's happening in Europe, what's happening with the government bonds. And it's quite a challenge also to survive in this kind of environment. But today I will spend a couple of words talking about the brief history of Slovenian financial professionals, and later I will present the decision making of 3 generations in the last 2 decades since we became independent. In 1991, we became independent country, and what was really at the time even more challenging, we went from the command system, communistical system, into the free market economy, and the transition in Slovenia was a little bit different. We went on the gradual approach, we take a gradual approach, and we really have some protectionism taking place in Slovenia. And I want to show you this chart. It's about how much investment did financial investment did Slovenians do abroad. And we see clearly there are 3 different eras. And I want to spend a couple of words of each of those eras. The first era, let's say, is from the beginning of Slovenia till the 2000. I call this era of Knights of the Privatization. And the main characteristic of this era is that those working professionals in the industry were either chosen or were at the right time, the right moment. They had really been protected against the foreigner, and the majority took their education in the old system. So basically the behaving in the free market economy was a little bit strange to them. So that's why they did a lot of investments based on the relationship, not on the true fundamental analysis. And at the time, the name of the game was to collect as much certificates which people were given from the government to exchange these certificates for the shares of the companies. And at the time, the name of the game, as I said, was to collect as much as them at the very depressed prices. And this is what they were doing. And later, after the first stage, there came another era. I call this era the era of consolidators. I would say that those people working in that era were learned from the knights, and they were also put a lot of emphasis into relationship type of investing. And beside that, they also did a lot of technical analysis to look for the best securities. And also they spend a lot of time looking into the shareholder book and searching what's happening there with the transition of the sales of those shares of the ownership of the company. And we have to say at the time legislation changed, and this enabled Slovenians to invest also abroad. And I would say that the era of those who were domestically protected finished with the asset bubble bursting on the equity market in Slovenia. Together with this also Slovenians started to investing abroad, and there was a higher demand for better educated people arise, or better educated people, demand for better educated people, and those people with who were becoming decision makers would have an ethical standards. And those also did a lot of, I say the third generation, the CFA charter holders generation, would also have better ability to do a fundamental approach of investing. But the problem with this generation is it is still a little bit young, and this means that it's lacking experiences if you compare this what's happening in the developed market economies. So let me give you some of those decision makings using the CFA methodology. I would like to point out that in the first era, since there were no laws in these fields of investing, I think that at the time there was a really problem of market manipulation and acting on the material non-public information. And I also would point out that duties to clients were kind of often violated. Also in the era of the consolidators, we see similar problems, but I would point out to the front-running problem and also to the suitability of investments into the client's portfolios. And I would take the third generation. It's, since they adhere a lot higher ethical standards, I would say this generation it's a little bit less likely to go into the wrongdoing. But at the end, as we pointed out several times this day, personal ethical standard is still the most important. It doesn't matter which generation you're coming from or which era you're coming from, still you either could do correct or incorrect. So what can we learn from this? And I would like to conclude my presentation with this. It's just we need to promote higher level of knowledge, professionalism, leadership, especially for those who are just entering in the financial industry. And also we need to promote adherence of higher ethical standards. And if in order to do this, we will have a better functioning of a global and Slovenian capital markets, but even more, now Slovenia is just about to go into the new round of the privatization, and it's now we have to make a decision which generation we will give those hard decisions to be made. So in this case, I would like to point out that it's really important to do the decision making in those who adhere higher ethical standard and are highly professional and skilled. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senzel. I think it helps very much to understand the history in order to be able to understand where we're going. So we helped us very much to position ourselves right now.
Yes.
And thank you for keeping the time. So now this is how I hand it over. And now Mr. Damjan, please, for the next 5 minutes.
Hvala. Spoštovane gospe, spoštovani. Jaz sem tudi pripravil eno prezentacijo, upam, da je gor, tako da jo lahko vidite. Najprej bi se na začetku želel zahvaliti seveda organizatorjem.
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this organization so that they brought this conference to Slovenia. I will speak in Slovene. This conference is very important. The speakers before me, Mr. Krajnc and Mr. Petrlio, already said something why corporative integrity in business is important. I don't have to go back into history to say that the current global crisis wouldn't happen if managers and individuals, all those who took credits, who took loans, although they knew they can't give it back. This is a crisis of ethics, of the lack of ethics. And in the long term, it is not okay to act unethical. We have many scandals, many companies for example, Siemens, who did some suspicious business and they did damage the reputation of the companies. And this global financial crisis and economic crisis is a big loss for the national economy. All these credits that were, all these loans that have to be paid back. If you look at Slovenia, the bad loans, if all this has to be solved by the country, this means 15% of the BIP. And we lost 10% of the Slovenia. Due to this crisis, Slovenia will lose, for example, approximately 30% of the gross national product. And this unethical working doesn't work. We need to get back to the roots. What do we have to do? We need clear rules regarding accounting, audits, then the internal systems of corporative integrity. And the second dimension that is also very important is that all stakeholders know that to work unethical, that this doesn't pay out, that this isn't okay. The managers need to show through their professional and personal work that they work ethical. And the second thing is, on the level of the companies, we need an ethical component. What is this component? No code of ethics, no law cannot bring about ethical actions. This is something very important. We need to see that something, if we want to see that something is unethical, we need a system of values behind us. Usually these are our parents that tell us that we shouldn't steal, that we shouldn't lie. And it is the same in business. And we need to learn this. And the ethical competence means that if you're employed in a company on a certain level, that the employees take the right decision in a routine, that they learn this system of values. And we need to know that this is very important, and we realize that the next step is to learn professional business integrity. Many companies went through these problems, and we have systems how to introduce corporative integrity in business. These are compliance systems. These are models to recognize risks in the interaction with individuals within a company and in the work with external business persons. And when we see these risks, when we analyze them, we have guidelines to eliminate them, and then we need a reporting system so that we report when we see a risk. If we will took the book of Charles Darwin, who wrote a book about habits in the year 2012, this is a very good book that gives you an example of Starbucks and other companies and how these companies teach their employees about the risks. And each company needs a compliance sector, and many companies have already introduced that. Also in Slovenia, Telekom Slovenia, Petrol, Zavarovalnica, Maribor, Nova Ljubljanska Banka, they have introduced this to protect themselves and to minimize losses. We also need education and training of all employees. And to finish, the last thing I would like to say, the role of the university. During the last 50 years, thousands and thousands of students have graduated at our universities, and this ethical component was not always present in the education system, but through this crisis we have learned to introduce this component in all topics. I've also introduced the topic corruption and development, and we also have this is a summer school. We have started with workshops at companies. We have seminars, and in the area of corporative integrity, we have started in Ljubljana, and we will be present in all former Yugoslavian states. So we need to educate employees. And the last topic, we also need strategic partnerships with important institutions in Slovenia, for example, Association of Managers, Chamber of Commerce, so that we can develop ethical guidelines together with OECD, with their guidelines. And we need to, as I already said, train employees at all levels. I'm sorry for being a bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Damian. You helped us to find our way out of the hole. Now we know what to do. This is very helpful so that we are not staying in a theoretical discussion as we are moving on forward. So thank you very much. And now, Mr. Buckley.
Is it okay if I stand here?
Yeah. Sure.
I'm a small guy and I don't see everybody. So. So everybody can hear me? Even though I can speak in Slovene, I'm going to take this one in English because it's a little bit easier for me. So I'll first just say a few words about myself because I think it's important. This is a personal ethics and business ethics crossover subject. I come from Ireland, so I'm very familiar with crisis and all this banking stories, etc., etc. I'm also have lived in several different countries. I've lived and worked in the UK and Poland and in a number of countries in former Yugoslavia. And I'm working and living in Slovenia for quite a long time, and worked in NLB, and I've worked in Hermes Softlab, and for the last 7 years I'm working in a company called Studio Moderna. So I have a bit of an interest, an interesting background in terms of understanding different international environments and working with people. But the company that I work with today is actually an interesting company in itself, because I don't have to go away anymore to find internationalization. We currently operate in 21 countries in Central and Eastern Europe, as well as having business operations in the US, in Japan, in the UK, and other international markets. So we're a very international organization. The company started with 3 people in Slovenia in 1991, so its story emanates from a small town in Slovenia, which has now grown into a very large organization across 21 countries and more. What I'm going to speak about for a couple of minutes is what we consider ethics in our organization is how we manage our stakeholders. And our stakeholders, from our perspective, are 5 different groups. There are employees, there are customers, there are suppliers, there are shareholder base, and there are other partners like banking and finance providers, which are critical importance. And we'll take a very pragmatic view. I liked Rajita's discussion this morning. We don't look at Sarbanes-Oxley and rules like that. We try to understand how best to manage our stakeholders, that we can build a sustainable and profitable business. And I just want to reflect on a few of the different stakeholders we do and how we actually manage that. So our ethics in a practical way is basically, we're customers. Our customers are largely individual retail customers. So our business is a business-to-customer business. And in today's world, with the social media and the access to information, in this world you've got to be 100% correct in this space. Because if you're not, you're going to be known about, all the bad things you're known about are going to be known about very fast. So we look for 100% correctness in our service to our customers, because at the end of the day, we're not selling a product, we're selling a service. And if we do one bad experience, you know yourself, you don't return. So our focus with our customers is on 100% perfection in terms of service. In terms of our employees, we empower employees. We don't have a very strong hierarchy in our organization. We have a very flat structure. So we give people empowerment, and then we ask them to take responsibility for their actions and for their decisions. And this is how the function of the system in our organization is quite different to some other companies, maybe in Slovenia and even in Europe. So we are persuading people, not controlling people. And I just took one comment and reference from this Army General back 100 and odd years ago. We don't tell people how to do things. We tell them what to do and then let them surprise us with the results that they deliver. That's a very important part of how we actually have engagement with our employees. With the suppliers, it's very much a quality control aspect, because today's world, we deliver, for example, we sell our mattresses Dormeo into Japan. These have to be absolutely perfect conditions, so our factories that manufacture the mattresses are run more like hospitals than actually factories. In terms of the perfection we have to strive for to make sure that it's not because the rules say we do this, it's because our customers won't be satisfied if we don't do it. So this is on suppliers, we focus on quality control. Investors and banks, they're the first to know from us about anything that's good or bad. So we have a very proactive and transparent communication constantly with our banks and investors. And the result of that is that we've attracted very, very high-profile investors and had very, very big success in obtaining credit in markets in the last couple of years in markets that have been absolutely horrifically difficult to do so. So what I want to say about all our stakeholders are people. And this is about walking the walk when you deal with people. Do as you say. And so we have built and maintained a trust with all our stakeholders over the last 7 or 8 years in particular, when climates across the globe have been very difficult to trade in. And I think that it's one of the things we don't do in our companies. We don't do excuses, explanations or blame games. We just try to look for solutions. And I think a little bit more of that around the world today would go a long way in terms of looking for reasons to blame people and whose fault, because we're running out of governments to blame, we're running out of companies to blame, we're running out of banks to blame. It's time to turn the motion around and start looking for some solutions and not for problems. So just maybe to finish, we believe a sustainable international, because remember we have over 35 nationalities in our company in terms of employees. So we have, we believe to operate internationally as an employee organisation and as a sales and customer organisation. Don't do shortcuts, don't do opportunistic moves. There's plenty of opportunity in today's world to take opportunistic moves. They'll come back to bite you. We don't do shortcuts, we don't do opportunism. And the international success we have is based on trust. And that trust has been earned the hard way by delivering, and it's the only way you can grow cross-border. You can grow maybe in Slovenia if you have connections in Slovenia. You can grow in maybe Poland if you have connections in Poland. But if you're operating in 21 countries, it's very difficult to build up such a network. The only way you can sustain your business is by delivering and creating a sustainable trust with your customers and all your stakeholders. So this is just to maybe wrap it up. Based on this transparency and integrity, we are a service company, not a sales company, even though we sell. And most of our business comes from repeat customer business, and this is coming from trust. And also, as I mentioned, we've been able to attract, in this very difficult time, top-class investors and financiers to support our business, because we have laid a very strong foundation and trust. The last thing I would just say is that our giving, because some part of this is also about corporate social responsibility. We do very low-key stuff here. We have a website called obmtopline.dormeo.net, which is an NGO-sponsored, and it's an NGO-sponsored donation site where we actually allow customers and the general public to decide who gets the donation that we make every month. And it's run in a very similar way to the Donor Choose organization in the US concept. So what we do a lot in the world is we see what's happening in the US and we copy what's working well in the US. Because remember, lots of good things happen in the bad times as well, and we copy that. And our sponsorship policy is directed towards education and the underprivileged in particularly. And as Dr. Perg has already mentioned, the founder of the company is responsible for bringing the Clinton Global Initiative to Central and Eastern Europe. And this is a big part of our focus as well in terms of as a corporate giving is the green commitment in our way. And that's pretty much Studio Moderna's ethical views from a very pragmatic side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buckley, giving us an overview as to what professional culture looks like in a professional company. And now we have the honor to listen to Professor Sorg.
Thank you so much. I would like to greet everybody, and first of all, I would like to say thank you to Mr. Peterle. He invited me actually here to speak about ethics in medicine, to maybe show the development of new project in Slovenia. I would like to say thank you to Mr. Peterle also because 20 years ago he started to help us to develop this project as Prime Minister, and his first President or Health Minister Katja Boch also supports the development of the project. Ethical principles in modern medicine is also tough because of pharmaceutical industry, new development drugs, which implemented in many times all over the world, unethical things in modern medicine. I am a member of a huge team leading by Roberto Favaloro, and we go around the world to teach doctors how to avoid these new concepts, which is not good for the development and which is not good for the patients. And I personally learned ethical principles in my family from my mother and father. I learned from my father, he was a distinguished lawyer, that we only with honesty, with passion, effort, and with huge work, our dreams could come true. And at the beginning, because I promised Mr. Peterle to show some principles, how we work in a new institution started 10 years ago. We developed a modern medicine, modern center of cardiac surgery and cardiology in the nice places, but special challenge was how we from unused department in the hospital of Isola developed really how from these unused things developed a modern clinic which now represents the best center in Europe with low mortality rate, following the ethical and medicine principles of the father of cardiac surgery, René Favaloro, who helped us to establish the center. And also with Professor Radovanovic, with Roberto Favaloro, and with myself, we created an excellent story for the benefit of our patient. We follow the criteria to arrange the team with really passion work, with friendship, with the supervising international and scientific board of Roberto Favaloro, Professor Hobbs from Cleveland, and Professor Carr from Mount Sinai. Open heart surgical department, created by Professor Radovanovic, Roberto Favaloro, and Primari Georgievich, with a great help of Igor Gregoric from Houston and Primari Kirbish from Ljubljana Center, with nice view, with exceptional medical team and nurses, with dedicated passion to the patient, support by Archbishop of Professor Jamnik. We make a quality and point out the quality of medical treatment. Permanent results of the procedure, which is essential to make good work in medicine, following the results, because the good medical production, good medical treatment is less costly. And precise supervision control in both places, financial control support by the president of supervising committee, Professor Pleskovic, and Professor Roberto Favaloro as medical supervisor committee present. This is short results, but what is very essential, we for every patient calculate the predict mortality and then the real mortality. In our hands, our results is excellent, so we have predicted mortality, for example, 6.2, we have in our hands 3.2, and we calculate also the personal results of all the surgeons, which is essential to follow the quality of the surgeon. And Primari Georgievich personal results last year was 2.2, which is a great experience and great challenge for us. The safe patient treatment, following the cost, could arrange the best quality of medical institution. So I'm very proud also this year our hospital was the first according to the national-wide survey about quality of treatment of patient satisfaction and results. But all the time are present the ethical principles of René Favaloro in our institution. He created 10 commitments. Honesty is the first. sacrificed work, unlimited passion to the patient, strictly put at the first level, we, not I, because the medicine is not personally. We are only the one part in the development group institution. We are the team. And in this team, everybody is essential. Economist, lawyer, doctor, exceptional surgeon, and the maid who take care for cleaning everything. We can only enjoy the accomplishment of our work when we realize, preferably in those moments of personal reflections, that the only true prize is that gain from the spiritual pleasure of duty of well done. Vision for the future for the healthcare in Slovenia. We have a chance, but we need to implement honest and good management, but the management need to be put in the hand of doctors. I apologize to economists, but economists should not know the detail of our work. We need to know, first of all, our work, and then economy is on the top, because without economy we couldn't survive, as Professor Pleskovic knows very well. But with economists, well educated in a medical field, knowing the production of medicine, knowing the results, knowing our work, we could in Slovenia also arrange a good healthcare system. But the healthcare system needs to be for everybody, not paying by the pocket. In the brain of many people here, they think private medicine is something horrible. Private medicine shouldn't be private to pay by the pocket of the patient, but private investors is needed in the medical field because they look better, they watch better economy. And governmental principles need to be equal, but they are not. And what is very, very essential thing in Slovenia to decrease the cost of implantable materials, to decrease everything, stents, valves, and everything like that. Because when I lead this institution, I put a lot of effort to economical principles to decrease the prices. But in public system, nobody cares on these details. We need to spread institution to the smaller parts to be lead correctly, medically, in the business point. But in Slovenian healthcare system need to be equal for everybody. This is my vision, to be quick. Quick treatment is less costly, to treat patient immediately when they need, to decrease the horrible waiting periods, and to treat the patient on time. The idea is feasible and need to be implemented as soon as possible with the collaboration of government, insurance companies, and medical experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sorts. You are demonstrating to us how leadership and passion is required. And as long as we do this under the ethical umbrella, I think we're on the right track, and you are really demonstrating this. Thank you very much. Okay, I would like now to open the session for questions from your side to the members of the panel. We have now exactly, unfortunately there is nicely a clock at the back of the wall. We have 5 minutes until 10 to 11 for you to ask questions to the panel. Yes, please.
Yes, I can speak. Dr. Daria Piciga. I am actually working at the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment, and we are trying to implement the green economy paradigm through the national strategic documents. And I would like to ask you, how do you see the possibility to connect three concepts which have already been supported, developed by the European Union, and also in Slovenia. These are the green economy concept, corporate social responsibility, and the concept of social entrepreneurship. They are already included in the strategic documents for the period 2014-2020.
To whom of the panel members do you ask?
Yes.
Everybody? Whoever wants to?
Everybody, and of course, Professor Damian is more connected to this strategy.
So you'd like to know the answer from him?
Yes.
So I'm sorry, I think I'm unable to answer this question. It's a very complex issue, and so actually it's good to have a look on the best practices around and then implement one of these. So I should really know more details about that in order to be able to answer this question.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question, please.
Yes, Marian Radeško from NIL. I heard that we are teaching ethics, or from Danica Purg, from Mr. Damian, and I would rather hear that we are promoting ethics, because we know that ethics is ingrained in you, and even if you live in a corruptive environment, that's still this in genes. So maybe just some experience from your economy students. So how do you actually teach these ethics? Are you promoting it through stories, or just a few words? It's a simple question.
Yeah, I think this is a very good distinction you made, actually. So nobody can really, teach you ethics in that sense. So it's all about promoting these ethical principles to our students, which we do through many case studies. So luckily, we have now many case studies over the past 5 years. So we can teach the students what not to do and how to avoid this stuff. So this is the way how we proceed.
Perhaps I would add something, if I may. Let's say that when having to take a decision, it is really important that you have a code on each situation that you can apply to. So if you have a code of ethics, you can say, okay, now if I'm allowed now to buy a stock or not, if my company is buying a stock at the present moment. So if you are aware that when you have a clients who give you money and you are managing portfolio on their account, you shouldn't buy before your clients buy it first. And I think it's important to develop, at least in each industry, which things should be done or things which shouldn't be done. And I think this would be really needed to be part of the curriculum of the universities for each field, that, what were the best practices, what were the cases in the past, and then the students, when they will be leaders, will able to decide on the past experience which might happen in their work.
Thank you very much. I think the answer was really given by Professor Sorts at the beginning of her deliberations. She said that she learned it all from her parents.
That's true.
And I think it is really the experience rather than teaching. This is what you want to talk about. If we don't experience it, we will not internalize it. And therefore, I'm coming back to role models, if I may say. If we don't have the role models, if we don't foster the role models, then we will not have ethical behavior. As simple as that. And I cannot prescribe in any way ethical behavior, that is for sure. Maybe another last but one question.
Kleven Podjet, Inštitut za produktivnost. A rather provocative question.
Hopefully.
In regards to the loss of 1/3 of the animal species and the crisis, should we try to repair the capitalism, the market system, or should we pursue to create a totally new system? So maybe the question to a person that doesn't feel threatened by such questions.
So it's open. Thank you. This is open to the podium. Whoever likes to answer, please. Voluntaries to the front.
I don't think so. We need to create something new system. We saw from the past, from the history, that communism doesn't work. It's not good because it blocks initiative of the population, of the persons. And no, I think we need to create the system which rechange maybe for everybody, you know, the system to manage or the state or environment or everybody among us to wish to the neighbor as the wishes you have for yourself. That's the principles of the human being and human rights. And if everybody among us will live as histories before our parents taught us, these could be great ideas. And I had many times the situation that I could be also maybe started to be corrupted person, but I always avoid this, and many, all these people around me know my principles in my life. So you need to have among us the leaders, respective leaders, and we need to follow them, to respect, as I respect René Favaloro, as I respect my father and mother, as I respect my teachers from the medical school, as I respect my teachers from Cleveland Clinic, Favaloro Foundation, Switzerland. And so I bring all these principles in my environment and created a special institution dedicated to the patient satisfaction. Nobody among 70 people around me never asked. We work and work and work, and nobody asked, give me the money and pay me more. So that could be, we need to have an intention by ourselves to create a better life for everybody. Then this is the challenge from Slovenia, and we are a small country.
Sorry, I need to interrupt. We would like to complete this most interesting panel with a big round of applause. We would also like to award them with the memento. This was very, very interesting. It was the start of a dialogue which we very much would like to continue, but we have now in the break the President of the Republic of Slovenia, His Excellency, Mr. Borut Pahor, who has just arrived and will meet us out there in the breakout session. So I would like to ask for a 15 minutes break, and you have a chance to personally interact with His Excellency. Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you very much.
All right. I believe this was a good break and good bilateral discussions. To get really fit for our second part of the morning, I would like to invite you to stand up once again. And we're going to stretch a little bit and move our bodies. Would that be a good idea? And as it is a Friday, we thought it would be appropriate to dance a little bit. Would that be fair? Could we have some nice music, please? So can we move a little bit our shoulders and keep going? Can we have some more volume? And we would request our speakers to show us how to dance best. We can stretch a little bit. Katja, go. Wow. That was great, and we are looking forward to our second panel. We have on stage Dr. Japec Jakopin, MD, Executive President and Founder, Seaway. Big round of applause. Thank you. Mr. Janez Podobnik, MD, President, European Center for Development and Peace. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Dr. Boris Bleskovic, President, Slovenian World Congress. And from the media, Mr. Peter Frankel, journalist, editor and director of the news organization Finance. This session will be chaired by the WFAB President, Ms. Rachita Kulkarni. Rachita, can I ask you to take the floor?
Welcome back after the break. Okay, welcome back after the break. And that was a great dance performance by all of you. So that was super. So we'll plunge straight into this conversation. I think we have a really diverse representation of leadership here. From media, we have two doctors, but one who is more a politician, and we have an economist. So that's great. And Former, okay. So that's great. And we will, from the point of view of the format, this is for the panelists, we have about 5 minutes. We are a little short on time, so I want to request you to keep your remarks to 5 minutes so that we can then have a interactive dialogue with the group here. So, Dr. Jakobin, may I invite you to start your remarks?
Yes.
Yeah. And I don't have the iPhone like Gunther, but I do have the bell. So I will ring the bell at 5 minutes.
Okay, here's the watch.
Okay.
Thank you for the invitation. Hello to everybody. I think I need the thing to push the slides. I came here with great interest in the topics. That's why I'm here, because I think it's something which concerns everybody on this planet, not only the businessmen or not only the users of business. So I think this is very, very important. So if we talk about ethics, ethics is about what is right and what is wrong, right? You agree? That's the definition of ethics. So, at least in the Western culture, which I know, I'm not an expert on other cultures, these are the traditional bad things, which is lust, gluttony. You know what gluttony means. Gluttony means that you eat and you never have enough. You're already 150 kilos and you're still hungry, and your stomach is full, but you still eat. Greed. You want more and more and never is enough. Sloth. You know what sloth is? Sloth is not using your talents, being lazy and sloppy and not doing what you should be doing with yourself and your talents. Wrath, envy, pride. The right things. These four cardinal virtues, they are normally attributed to the Christian religion, but basically they come from Mesopotamia. From Mesopotamia they came to Egypt. From Egypt to Jerusalem and the area, then to Greeks, then to Rome, and so on. And I think these are the values which we still should use, and if we are not sure how to do things, these are the things. I am pointing out justice and temperance. If you look at how the economical model works today, what is important for business, what is right for them, the first thing is the managers, they have to respond to the owners, and they have to maximize and grow profits. And the economists, they measure the growth, they measure the growth in growth of GDP or growth of sales. That's the current model in which we are operating. Of course, how you manage the profits versus responsibility, that's about ethics. That's about your values, how you do your decisions. And, of course, the responsibilities are twofold. You have responsibilities to the mankind, to the human race on the earth, and you have the responsibilities to the environment, to the planet, which you are giving to your children and your grandchildren. What does globalization mean? Globalization means that a company or a person can go around the world and buy and sell and do business wherever he wants, as he wants. But nobody really takes into account that that means that they are responsible for all the countries and for all the human mankind on the earth, for every human being on the planet. So, now we come back to business ethics. Present system, I consider personally, is bad because it grows the economic inequality. The distance between the rich, which are richer and richer, and the poor, which are poorer and poorer, is growing. And currently, this is a fact. If you look at this figure, this tells you all. 80% of the world's asset is owned by 0.14% of people. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine this disproportion? And this wealth is further concentrating as we speak. What does economic inequality mean? It's a word. You can write about economic inequality. Inequality means that some people are poor, and because they are poor, they are hungry, and because they are more and more hungry, they starve, and then they die. 1 person in 7 persons on Earth is starving. 36 million people die because of starvation. That's the first cause of death on the planet. And 6 million children under age of 5 die every year of starvation. So during my speech here, I think it will be about 80 children, small children, which will die because of starvation. So can we calculate how much money do we need to prevent this death because of starvation? Yes, we can. And it has been done. It's between 13 and 15 billion dollars. So if we look, where do we get this bloody money? It sounds so much. If you take top 50 companies and their profits and you take 2% of their profits, you can prevent all deaths on Earth because of starvation. So this is the question I ask myself. How can the very rich people sleep at night? They know that the children are dying and that there are millions and millions dying every year. So what must we do? I think we must shift the way the economics work and what is good and what is bad in economics. Growth, economic growth, for me, is not increase or profit or GDP, because if you ask Americans, they say, our company made $1 million, or I made 10,000 last year. And I ask them, what did you make it out of? You made it out of water, of grass, of mud? Tell me, you took the money. This is a wrong concept. You didn't make it. You took it. You took it from somebody. The money is on Earth is the same, or it's maybe growing with 0.5% a year, the value of assets. So you took money. Money is just displacing from one pocket to another. So I think we have to improve the global social conditions, and we have to improve the environment. That's what growth is. Why? Because we want to make this planet a better and safer place for our children. Tensioning the social spring is not a good thing. This is making this planet more dangerous, and we should do something about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jakobin. That was quite. It's simple. That is why it is profound, and I think it is food for thought for all of us. And I'm sure there'll be some questions already in people's minds. So, with that, can I move to you, Mr. Podopty? Yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yes.
I was informed as a panelist that the official language conference is Slovenian, so I will continue my language, and please take. Okay. Thank you very much. Zelo sem bil presenečen.
I was very surprised when I got the invitation about ethics, and I don't know how I deserved this, but listening to Lois Peterle, I remembered one reason. With him and with his team, I worked when I studied medicine. We studied Moge, we were reading the newspaper Esprit, we studied Kotzbeck, we formed our movement, and after went into politics, and there always was personalism, and as you said, now is the right time, and you're right. But I would like to speak from my personal point of view, how I see this, and please, you can stop me when 5 minutes are over. I'm not as old as you might think, but I was the leader of many political systems, of many occupational associations, religious, administrative, political, international, developmental, and economic organizations. I was the class representative. I was the secretary of an interdiocese committee. I was the president of the health union in Idria. I was the mayor of Idria, and I'm not praising myself with all this, but I just want to show what I have done, where I gained my experiences. I was also the chairman of the Slovene National Assembly, the leader of the Slovene People's Party, and of the international institution ECPD. I have met many people, many positive vibrations, but I also had some misunderstanding here and there. And why did fate or did the destiny always lead me to these leading positions? And I think my study of medicine was the important thing in this view. And when I was studying, was Frau Zort's the assistants there, and you were very kind, really. I remember you have you in good mind. And I have to say that during my studies, I became responsible. I saw the fragility, the transience, and the fragility of a life. And I tried always to behave ethically, to be fair, and to do my work good. But because this is what stays, how people remember you, and I hope people remember me as a good, fair person. And this means that we act ethically. We have to trust people. We have to tackle problems as soon as we can. We have always to point out the good things people have done and not the bad. And because so many young people are among us from many different areas of work, what would I advise them? Firstly, to motivate co-workers again and again, to trust them again and again, and to be a team player again and again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Podobnik. That was very true. Again and again, we have to reinforce the importance of trust in our relationships and really work towards building those trust accounts with our colleagues and associates, because that is the only thing that can sustain business. We think that trust is really the backbone of business today. So thank you very much for your comments, and thanks for not letting me ring the bell. So that was great. I don't really like to. Dr. Pleshko, could we move to you now for your remarks?
Yes, I will also speak in English, although I lived in Slovenian, also I lived in the United States more than 30 years. Najprej bi se rad zahvalil Lojzetu Peterletu za vabilo in to.
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Peterle for his help. I will tell you something as an economist, because I have worked for 30 years at the World Bank. Then I was in the first government of Slovenia as the main economist, and I'm also the president of the Slovenian Congress, where no one can steal not even €5, because we have a discipline. Before the year 1990, after a long time, the Nobel laureate was Douglas North in the area of institutions. not in the area of mathematical models, and he said that values and religion and the institution play an important role in the economic development. I would like to explain this in a simple way. Ethics is an important element of the market economy, because if there is no trust in the market economy between the producer and the partner, it cannot work. Try to look at me as a carpenter and you order 15 chairs. I produce these chairs, I make these chairs, and then you say, I won't pay this because I don't have the money, and I will go bankrupt. And I would then go bankrupt if this would happen more often, and such an economy cannot work. Therefore, without trust, integrity, and values, and without a goodwill, we cannot have a market economy. We have an economy during communism, or where everything is done because someone said you have to do something, and through integrity, transaction costs will get lower, because if you order something and you don't want to pay that, I will sue you. And this will last for years and years, and this will also cost much. And then I will have to tell the police about it. And therefore, transaction costs, process costs, and all other costs will be lowered. And politics that support being integrity are something good. Investing into schools and churches. So if a church teaches about the 10 Commandments, as Danica Purk already said, we need an 11th commandment. If you don't steal, if you don't kill, is the same as if you are ethical. But if you invest into schools and into churches, you will have good citizens, and that will be beneficial for everyone. In each financial and economic crisis all over the world, we see subjects on ethics. In the 80s, during the crisis in South America, an ethical subject was introduced at Harvard, and then other universities introduced such courses too. But when the financial crisis in 2008 came, that is one of the largest global crises in the world, what has happened? What did the people learn in the business schools? These courses weren't actually efficient. I think that Danica Purk teaches about ethics and teaches how to be ethical, but some understand this and use it, but not everyone does that. And I think that on the basis of the World Bank, I think that if the leaders are ethical, all the others on lower levels are ethical too. And one of the famous economists at MIT, Acemoglu, wrote a book, Why in Africa Corruption Cannot Be Removed. They had grandmothers, grandfathers that told them what is good, what is ethical, and then the Belgians, the English came, the colonists, and they steal the land from them, and they had to work for them as servants, and they have stolen everything, and the Africans said they will do the same thing because they were used to that, used to having servants or of being a servant. And in Slovenia, we came to a conclusion. I will be short. I am in a group that is going to found an Institute for Ethics and Values by the Slovenian Academy of Science and Arts. And they voted on this institute, and everyone said we need it because children have to be taught in kindergartens, in schools, at universities, and then later on when we started to work, we have to be taught about ethics, and the members of these institutions have said that we need something like that because we didn't teach people about ethics and values, and we have to teach about it not only in schools, and not only managers have to be thought about it, but this has to become a life experience. This is all what I wanted to say.
Dr. Pleskovic, that was great, and it's very heartening to learn about this Institute for Ethics and Values that you're going to set up, and it will be very interesting to see how those interventions, and you're so right, we have to start at the very beginning, start with children and inculcating really these values right at the beginning. So congratulations for that, and thank you for your remarks.
Thank you. Just one more comment. The president of this new institute is academician Jože Trontel, the president of Slovenian Academy of Arts and Sciences. Medical doctor, who is also a great expert on values and ethics in Europe.
Great. That's great.
And this is also a priority of UNESCO. UNESCO has a budget crisis this year, and they put emergency budget and they put it in ethics programs.
That's great. That's great. So we move to the last speaker for on our panel, Mr. Peter Frankel. Would you like to use the? Yeah, please.
It's still morning, so good morning, everybody. Spoštovane dame, cenjeni gospodje, I will.
Ladies.
Can be the official language. So, it's the official language coming back to Slovenian. Spoštovane dame, cenjeni gospodje.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a media person. I'm an editor, a journalist. I'm also a businessman. Well, journalism is not a hobby. I write quite a lot. But we all know what journalism is supposed to be. Every good journalist will say that he or she is fighting for a better tomorrow. And this sounds beautiful. But sometimes it's true, sometimes it isn't. As a journalist, we see on an everyday basis how corruption is done. And we try to investigate corruption and publish such cases. And we think that we do something good for the public, for the society, and for our employer as well. And many times the journalists are being blamed for many things. We are not so popular sometimes, but I think our work is being done quite good. Sometimes people blame journalists that they only investigate corruption of some, maybe some parties or some groups, and of others no. But I have to say that we do a great part of the work with tackling and fighting against corruption. And the biggest hurt in our way to being successful, to Slovenia to be successful, is that the rule of law is not governing always. And sometimes it happens that people go to court so many times that they know all the lawyers, all the judges by name. And they say, oh, yes, you don't have to be to be checked. I know you don't have any weapons. A very personal level. And sometimes we see that people, that even the prime ministers don't do their job, that other people do their job for them. And this is not good. You can laugh, but it's not good. We journalists want to investigate corruption. He writes about this, but sometimes it happens that we are being brought to court because of this. And sometimes we are being blamed, and sometimes we are being praised for our work. Business, it's not only politics. In Slovenia, the ownership and the politics are connected, and this is a big problem in Slovenia. I think that we, the journalists, can follow, can investigate quite well what is going on. Right-wings journalists write something, and left-wings journalists write about other things. So I think we cover all the topics, all the corruption that is going on. But the problem is that when we write about it, nothing happens. The people are not being punished. But I have to say that this is changing nowadays. But a shade of gray is that just 2 more seconds, please. Do Slovene journalists do a good work concerning investigating corruption and businesses of Slovene businessmen that are going on abroad? And we all know this happens, briberies, corruption. We all know this is happening, but we in Slovenia, we don't write so much about it. I think we should take an example of the German journalists, for example. I have a example. 10 years ago, for example, one businessman said, I go to Russia, I buy them some cars, and I published this. This has been published, and nothing happened to this businessman. He is still a very successful man. And this has to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel. So after this really great remarks from all the panelists, I think we have time for about a few questions. So you want to raise hands? Yes? And if you want to indicate the question to anyone in particular, please mention.
Thank you. My name is Vesna Kimičić. I'm coming from Transparency International Slovenia. Thank you very much for this very nice conference. And we're running right now a project on how to bring mechanisms on integrity back into business and how to raise awareness on ethics and integrity in business in Slovenia. We know that the rank of corruption is quite high in Slovenia right now, and that we are faced with state capture and with quite some challenges in front of us. And what we're facing every day is questions coming from the business sector on, is ethical business profitable? How to make ethical business? And since I'm not coming from a business sector, maybe this could be my question for the distinguished panelists right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Who would like to take it? Yes?
This institute that we are putting together for ethics will put courses in schools, in university to teach. And this is a private-public partnership. And we went out to some of the most respectful businesses, and they have already put money in us. We also approached Siemens, who had a big problem with corruption recently. And they said, because we want to improve our reputation, to sell more and to have better business, we will put in your institute a lot of money, but we would like to tell you that we have the World Bank supervising our foundation for ethics. And what I want to say, they want to put a lot of money in order to bring their reputation back. And that's why this is good for business. And Studia Moderna, the speaker this morning also said they have very honest business and very high quality because it's good for them. And by the way, Transparency International was established by former division chief from the World Bank, Peter Eigen. It's a good friend of mine. I don't know if he's still president, but that's how it became about.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, there is a lot of research today in business, about business which is ethical, and it shows that only ethical businesses are sustainable in the long run. So I would invite you to look up some of this research, even case studies of organizations around the world who have been sustainably profitable because of ethical business. Thank you. Yeah.
I have to add something to your point. I have to disagree with what was said. The corporations are the cause of corruption. It's not that they have problem with corruption, they are causing the corruption. So we are now, and of course the expense they put into supporting organizations like yours and so on, for them it's marketing expense. It takes 1% of their profit to save their face and to allow them to continue with corruption. And they do not want to take the responsibility I was talking about. That's what they should do, not give some money, 1% of their profits to support organizations to save their face, but to prevent the damage they are making with their aggressive and unscrupulous stealing money all over the world.
Okay. Yes, next question. Yes?
I have a question here to Mr. Frankel. Yes, here. Tukaj imam vprašanje za vas. Vi ste...
You have said that journalism is working in Slovenia okay when it comes to discovering corruption cases. I cannot agree because I feel that in Slovenia there is journalism connected to some politicians and promoting and supporting each other cannot be good for journalists to be independent. I would like to ask you if you worked in the field of corruption in the field of media and if you investigated if what is published is actually correct and if it's transparent. What you have told, I can partly or even completely agree. We have a problem with this in journalism. I'm convinced that in Slovenia there are journalists that are trying to solve this problem. It's not easy. In Slovenia we have a problem with corruption and the relations with politicians, but also with centers of political economic power. We have this problem is present, but corruption in journalism can be compared with other sectors, but it is the component that is fighting against it is a bit more represented. Journalism has problems. I don't deny this, but I would say this is not the biggest problem in Slovenia. Just a short remark. What Peter Frankel told in his first presentation, I completely agree with you, but I would like to mention an experience. In the past years, I was active at a document that is, the name of it is Writing the Coalition Contract. The coalition contract is very important. When this is written in Austria, they need 1.5 months to draft the coalition contract. And around the year 2000, I won't mention any parties. Maybe you know in which party I was active, I was working. You maybe still remember how big my problems were, that I told my party members that it should not be written in the coalition agreement that the provisions given by the Slovenian companies will be excluded of tax payment if they go abroad. That was 10 years ago. This is a very bad experience that I made, and one of the Slovenian journalists wrote about it, and this provision was then removed from the coalition agreement.
Okay. I think we have time for one last question.
Yes, here, please. Thank you. I have a question for Ms. Kulkarni.
Where?
Here. I'm Andrea Bargant, compliance officer of an insurance company. And I'd like to say that compliance and ethics professional is very difficult. And I'm very happy to hear that the time is right now. And the question is for you, you have contact and experience with businesses globally. And I'm very curious, have you noticed maybe switch in readiness of business to pay the price of being ethical every day? We all know on abstract level that being unethical, the price is higher than being ethical. But the price for being ethical you pay as you go, and the price for being unethical you pay in the end. So the paying the price, I mean, many times it's more difficult to do the right thing. It's more complicated, it takes more time, maybe you lose business. Sometimes even the costs are higher of doing the right way. So I'm really curious, do you notice the switch in businesses, the switch in readiness to pay this price as they go of being ethical?
I think that's a very good remark and a question. And the answer is really yes. Actually, in our interactions around the world and also in what we really advocate and stand for, we are noticing that and you know, unfortunately, many businesses have learnt it the hard way. What we went through in not less than a decade ago has left, you know, I would say fortunately, not much choice with businesses but then to do what might be difficult but the right thing. So the short answer is yes, and I'll be happy to chat.
What part of the world, may I ask?
Actually, it is in pockets around the world, Adriana, you know, and a lot of small businesses, entrepreneurs, I have seen personally who are actually taking the stand that I will do it the right way or I will not do it at all. So it doesn't matter if it takes time. So I'm happy to share stories later with you.
Can I add one
yeah,
sentence?
just a short remark, yes.
One sentence. The reason I gave example of Siemens is I agree with Mr. Jakobets that some companies are more corrupt and some are less. But Siemens told us that it's hurting their business because this affair came out, so they want to correct it because their sale went down. They said that's what happened. So now, in order to increase sales, they want to be more honest, otherwise they'll go down.
Absolutely.
And that's an example that it shows that it hurts.
They want to look more honest. Sorry.
So I think this panel can kind of keep going, and that's the spirit of the conversation. I think if we are able to stimulate an active debate, that is really the path to look at some solutions for sustaining, you know, ethical leadership and ethical businesses, and how we can really take and make those difficult decisions and choices. So I want to invite you to give a big round of applause to this panel for some really exceptional contribution.
Thanks a lot to the panel. This was a very rich discussion we had. And we would like to honor our speakers with a big round of applause. Ms. Katja Gregel, Director, World Forum.
Thank you.
Well,
very much. Thank you very much.
At this point of time, some of us might be left in despair. Is there still hope? Where are these pure hearts which really genuinely want to bring about the change in the world? The answer probably is it's with the youth. And therefore, it's appropriate that now we have a chance to invite the youth leaders here from Slovenia for the call of the youth. Let me please call on stage Mr. Roxbrook, studying international economics, PhD candidate at the University of Utrecht, and Mr. Shiga Vaupetish, Director, Ypsilon Institute. Big hand to both of them, and we're looking forward to their contribution. This morning? Oh.
Is it here? Okay, so hello everyone. First of all, thank you for the invitation to this really wonderful conference. I learned a lot. I especially love to hear your opinion on the topic of ethics. But in the next 5 minutes, I would like you to consider a very simple question. Does unethical behavior, as we witness it across the business sector, as well as across politics, academics, everywhere, does it harm economic growth and the prosperity of nation? And if so, what can be done about it? Now, first of all, we should depart from a very simple yet stylized empirical fact. Economic inequality in the world is enormous. The average US citizen is about 3 times as rich in purchasing power terms as the average Mexican citizen, about 7 times richer than the Bolivian citizen, and about 25 times richer and as prosperous as an average citizen of Bangladesh. And the rising income inequality has always been a center stage in a global economic growth, ever since 1820. Even more so if you compare modern income distribution in 1500, where the first original estimates are available, and in 2010, it is largely the same. And basically, the question that I would like to answer is, what is the cause of this economic watershed? What is the so-called holy grail of economics? What actually divides an average citizen of Bolivia and an average citizen of the United States between, well, poverty in the largest possible extent and unprecedented prosperity? And the question, of course, which is based on the contemporary and historical evidence, points to the role of political, economic, and legal institutions as the major cause of large income disparities around the world. And these disparities, of course, have persisted over time. And we should all be aware that economic, political, and legal institutions do not evolve in a vacuum. They are a typical and explicit result of historical path dependence and different experience of nations around the world. And it is almost impossible to understand this modern institutional divergence across nations without exploring the deep-rooted role of ethics that for us economists is incredibly difficult to quantify and model. And of course, the role of ethics in business and political life. And I will give you an example. Consider the tale of several billionaires. In the US, you have Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and Steve Jobs, who largely build their own business empires with hard entrepreneurial effort, self-discovery, and hard work, without any explicit government favoritism, corruption, rent-seeking, bribing. And if you move across the border into Mexico, you can meet Carlos Slim, officially, well, self-renowned, the richest citizen of the planet, who didn't build his own massive business conglomerate based on ethical behavior. But instead, Mr. Slim's corrupt influence on Mexican politicians and the subsequent government favoritism created an unequal level playing field. Pervasive corruption and frequent donations to the Mexican Senate were extremely detrimental. Why? Since, well, basically rent-seeking displaced entrepreneurial activity. Telmex, this is the company that Mr. Slim took over, charges the highest usage fees in the world. It accounts for 5% of Mexican output, and this is in a developing country where 51% of the population lives below the true poverty line. And of course, the question is why Mexico failed and why the US and Western Europe succeeded. And the answer, from my perspective, is, of course, it lies in the nature of extractive political and economic institutions. Such institutions leading to institutional capture, rent-seeking, severe barriers to entry, high transaction costs, rule of the few instead of the rule of law. They are nothing short of detrimental for economic prosperity of every citizen on the planet. And this is especially particular in the developing countries. When political elites strive to remain in power at the expense of calamitous labor market, persistently slow growth, they will do so and continue this vicious circle that basically hinders long-run growth and the prosperity of nations. This can explain why the economies of Eastern Europe, Latin America and Africa have endured decades of lackluster economic performance. And I would like to conclude this statement to echo the famous thoughts and words of Douglas North, the Nobel laureate in economics. It is the inability of societies to develop effective, low-cost, inclusive institutions that is the major cause of both contemporary underdevelopment and historical stagnation, as well as the failure of many societies in this world to embark on growth-enhancing structural transformation. And it is basically the unethical behavior that is so detrimental. But believe me, this is not an outcome. It is the cause of extractive institutions that undermine the growth and prosperity of citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this contribution, and I would now like to welcome on the behalf of the World Forum His Excellency the President of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Borut Pahor, followed by His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, the founder of the WFEB, founder of the Art of Living Foundation, with Mr. Luis Peterle and Professor Purk. We are so happy to have you. Welcome to Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, all the way from India. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll invite now Mr. Shiga Vaupetish, Director of Ypsilon Institute, to represent the youth. Please.
I know that I don't look young so today with my equipment. So, Honorable President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to share with you my views about leadership. But please allow me, as I do understand that one of the most important things about leadership is that a leader should understand his roots and where he or she is coming from, to deliver my speech in Slovene. Spoštovani.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a responsibility of the youth that we warn and that we look at what is happening and that we are not happy with the situation. But the young ones also have to believe, have to develop, and have to change the world. The youth doesn't mean that we think about the future in a way that's not important, that we have to think in a way that is important for all of us. I would like to start that the young ones didn't have an easy situation in the past, but the situation right now is even worse, and that there is no light at the end of the tunnel. But only the young ones can change the world. The young ones don't have the support. They aren't heard. And when I meet young people that don't care what will happen with the future, that they are still such people. In the Ypsilon Institute, there are young people between the age of 20 and 30, and that we have shown that we care about Slovenia, and the project Symbiosis, where young people thought elderly about ET technologies, have shown that symbiosis is possible. More than 50,000 hours, 15,000 people, and the prize of the European Parliament shows that the civil society still wants to influence the future. A question that we have to pose is if different stakeholders can work together. First of all, at forming a vision that and then making objectives with the strategy. But we also need an environment that supports and understands people based on criteria called professionalism, work, and not being part of a party and listening to others. What I have learned in my work about leadership is give the young ones an opportunity. We are not only the future of every state and also the biggest interest of the state. We are here right now, and we have proven that we can be a partner. But the young ones cannot do everything on their own. So we need cooperation between generations. I would be really happy if the world would see that companies and their leaders have to be women and men, and I would like to see governments where members of parliament are young people and older people. And if we want to develop into real leaders, each of you has to ask themselves if you can work as an example for the young ones. Ethics have to become a part of life, as air, as water, and as love. This is a composition of different things that leads way for better things. I think that new, younger generations can make changes, but there is hard work waiting for them. And through cooperation between generations, we can set objectives for a common future of all of us. Gandhi also told that we have to be the change that we want to see in the world. Always, everything starts at the individual level. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful, wonderful speech. And now we are extremely honored and privileged to call for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Borut Pahor. Thank you so much.
It's such an honor to address you. I'm going to speak later on in Slovene, but I would like to say that it's a beautiful occasion to debate this extremely important issue, the ethics in business, in politics, in modern society. Okay, let me start in Slovene.
Let me start with a question. Is profit of the owners the only pillar or the most important pillar of the market economy? In the second half of the last century, this question would be answered with yes. But the developed countries understood that corporate social responsibility is something that has to be integrated into the concept and into the framework of market economy. And through the end of the last century, it became modern to talk about social market economy. And this shows that the profit and the profit of the owners is not the only pillar of the market economy. It is the sine qua non. So we do something to make profit, and it would always be like this. But time shows after the year 2008, after the global crisis, we see that new questions arise. If social responsibility, like we've seen it in the last quarter of the last century, became profit became the most important market pillar, we see that the social and the moral crisis, which was initiated by Wall Street in the beginning of the year 2008, this crisis showed that social responsibility is not only the supporting pillar, but the second pillar, the second most important pillar. And if we look at the statistics in the developed states, we see that those states who are wealthy, who are prosperous, also those states who have a strong social responsibility, a strong social responsibility system. And this gives us hope. As many people, as well as we, ask the question, how did this crisis, which started in Wall Street and overflowed the whole world, as well as the economic, the social, the financial hemisphere, is it only cyclical? And will we start in the beginning, in the year 2008, in the end of the crisis? I don't think so. But we have to ask ourselves the questions, what will be the outcomes, not only the financial outcomes, not only the social outcomes, but also the moral outcomes of this crisis, which is still lasting. And I think this crisis will last up to the moment when we realize that the modern market economy, which will persist to be the framework of global economy even after this crisis, this has two pillars. The first, the profit, the condition sine qua non, and the second pillar, the social responsibility. This means the responsibility of the owners and the managers, that the way how they act, how they live, their responsibility towards the environment and towards its people is just as important as the profit. And this hope gives us the strength to see the opportunity to incorporate the patterns we have already seen. I don't think that we need a new paradigm, that we need a completely new system. I still think that saving is one of the elements, that austerity is one of the key elements, but at the same time, we know that the society will be different at the end of the crisis than it was in the year 2008. And in Slovenia, this is true for the year 2010. And the question I have asked is very important. So is this a crisis that comes in cycles, or persistent? But I think that the answer lies in between, that the social market economy has to persist to be a pillar. We have competitiveness and the income of the owners. These are the two basic pillars. But I think that we have to be more socially responsible, especially those who do not only have the political but also the economic power. And the supporting pillar of the social responsibility is the ethical dimension. I am not one of those who thinks that we can create a business ethic or a separate politics ethic, but I think that we need a general personal ethical behavior. In the last 10 years, we have had many bad experiences because they were raised when these leaders were raised when there was a tight framework of values which have been adopted to the goals back then. And in the 90s, I acted as the leader of the party, and my goal was to educate people. I was of the opinion that the universities and the educational system has to educate its children, and not only in a classical way, but also in an ethical way. I started the project 2030, as you may know, and I strongly cooperated with the Slovene Academy of Arts, and we already had our 5th meeting. We talked also about the Institute for Ethics, and I fully support this, and I will do everything that is within our power to promote this institute. And I think the main goal will be how to slowly open the discussion about education and training in the kindergartens, in primary schools, at universities. Because, as I've said, we can't expect that, okay, when I leave my office or my presidential chamber, or when I leave the General Assembly, we start to live a different ethical or moral life. We can't act differently when we are working in our working time. We have to behave morally, ethically all the time. And if we want that this personal ethical behavior is reflected in our working life, in the business area, then I think that society not only has the responsibility, but also the duty to introduce the element of ethical education into the school. And this is one of the pillars of the social market economy. This has to be done with great diligence, and unjudgmental. It's not good if we judge. It has to be done as like an opportunity of like a moral support which can lead us through the difficulties of life. May we be fathers in the evening, or politicians in the morning, or recreative sports people during our breaks. Everything we do, we have to do in an ethical manner. Let me conclude with thanking this business school here in Bled. As I have already mentioned, we don't know how the architecture of this process will look like exactly, but we are starting the process, the project 2030. We are see that we move in circles everywhere. Not only in Slovenia, but everywhere we move in circles. We act pragmatically and don't always rethink their actions. I don't know if we will be successful, but we will try to figure out if it is possible to set a vision. The Slovene vision is always the European vision as well. This is, we can't say we are in a local community and we live different lives than all the other world. No, we are all connected. We have to ask the question, how can Slovenia, in the most modern, technological, ethical, scientific and political way, open its doors and solve questions in a modern, in a new way, which can serve as an example for other parts of the country. When we look at the prosperous countries, as I have already mentioned, we see that they have a very strong sense of community, of ethical behavior. I would ask all of you who have ideas, who have ambitions, who want to make a difference, to think about this. How can we set a common vision in that way that we can help the government and the politicians as well as the society from this crisis? I would ask you to participate, to share your ideas, not because you think differently, but because of you think differently. We need different ideas. As I've said, I think this crisis comes in circles, is cyclical, but I think we have to leave this crisis with a different mind, with a different state of mind than we stepped into the crisis. We have to make a step forward. This is not easy. This is a very hard task, but I'm sure that it will pay off. We, the Slovene people, will become part of the movement which Mr. Peterle knows, of the European movement, a new infrastructure of the European idea. It is visible that the instruments Europe has for tackling the crisis now are not enough. Maybe we will have the United States of Europe in the end. We don't know. I'm in favor of that, but not because I think that we Slovenes have no national questions to ask, but because I think that we can revive our national potential as a nation who had federal experiences with being in a federal state. And this project 2030 is only a metaphor for this to show what we want. And let me conclude. A big part of what we are striving for a better, better, prosperous future will be the ethics. That the fact that we are all living in one world, that we cannot only follow one's own interests, we have to consider the interests of other people as well. This is our strength, and I think the time is right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and on behalf of the WFEB, His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankar would like to award you with a memento. Thank you so much for this enlightening speech. There's also a gift from India.
It's a silk from India, and there's no. I know. These are 8 musical things in Guinness Book of World Records.
Thank you so much. Your Holiness, I would like to thank you very much. I've been to your incredible India. It's a beautiful country. I've been there as a Prime Minister to the state visit, and it has been an experience. And I do appreciate your address that you will deliver later on, and I will listen to it very carefully. Thank you so much, sir.
Your Holiness, we know that you're extremely busy. You're heading over the Art of Living Foundation, which is represented in 151 countries around the globe. You have thousands, if not millions, of followers in India. You are the co-founder, the founder of the World Forum for Ethics in Business. And we are looking much forward to your speech. Could we call on His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankar?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency, the President of Slovenia, and Ms. Bled are one of the main members of our World Forum for Ethics and Business and member of European Parliament. I'm so pleased to be here with you all today, in this beautiful day, in this beautiful spot. You know, when you walk around the graveyard, you find something written that so-and-so born on such and such a date and died on such and such a date. They don't indicate they lived in between those 2 days. Life needs to be honored. Ethics is simply honoring that period between birth and death. What we don't want others to do to us, we don't want to do to others. This is the basic rule of ethics. Just imagine you are running a business, and the employees who are working under your umbrella, they don't follow any ethics, they don't follow any business, any discipline. Will you be able to run the business? This is a big question. And the obvious answer is certainly not. So when I expect people under me to be honest, to be integrated, to have certain sense of responsibility. And I expect people above me to behave in certain manner. We expect banks to be honest, banks to be accountable, banks to be reliable. And in between these, when we do our business, and if we don't follow ethics, it simply doesn't make any sense. So, we expect others to be ethical, and if we are not ethical, we are not setting an example. We are not. This is exactly what need to change, that our expectation from others and our own behavior. It took almost 10 years for communism to come down, but it took few months for capitalism to collapse. You already heard about it. Why? It's just the greed of a few people that made millions suffer around the world. Without humanism, without compassion, without sense of responsibility, I tell you, no ism will work. Communism will not work, have failed, capitalism will have failed. Every ism will fail if we don't have the humanism. And business with humanism is what I would call as business, ethics in business. We need to replace corruption with compassion. We need to re-establish commitment and trust. Trust is the backbone of business. We expect others to keep our trust, and if we don't keep it, then that is lack of ethics. So we keep the trust of others as we expect others to keep our own trust. Then there is enough for everybody in the planet. You know, as Mahatma Gandhi had said once, the planet Earth has enough to the need of everybody, but not enough to the greed of everybody. Greed needs to be replaced by service, by sense of responsibility, social responsibility. It's not just enough to produce things, but we need to empower the people to be able to buy it. You know, you produce wonderful television sets, but people are poor, they can't buy it, they can't afford to buy it. Then you also go down. So we live in an interrelated, interconnected world. So every move of ours affects every other individual in the society. Just being conscious of this fact that we contribute, we affect the growth or decay of the society, brings that responsibility that is so much needed in today's business community. I'm happy that these days people are becoming more and more aware, because they have seen the consequences of unethical business. You can rise very high, but then you have to keep counting the bars in the prison. Sooner or later, you will land up in the prison. One of the main advantages of an ethical business, as I spoke to a very honest businessman, you know, he said, Gurudev, if I do unethical business, I lose sleep. So I don't want to lose my sleep and lose my health. So I want to have good night's sleep. So I do ethical business. So for one's own personal benefit, to have a good sleep and a happy holiday with the family, one had to be in an ethical business. And I tell you, it is worth that. Because all that money we earn, what for it is if we have no happiness in life? The purpose of business is comfort and happiness. If business does not bring you comfort and happiness, you could as well live in poverty. The purpose of money is to bring you comfort. And we miss the boat if we don't understand this crucial central focus of our existence. Business is not for business sake. Usually we spend half of our health to earn wealth and try to spend half of our wealth to gain back the health, which normally doesn't happen. I think it's a bad economics. Our health is important. To have a vibrant health, our spirit, our mind is very important. And to have that mind in the right place, ethical business is inevitable. It's inevitable. Just let's see around. There are ample examples of people who have been doing business ethically and still have made a good profit, have made a lot of profit. The challenge with youngsters is usually young people ask, look, someone did unethical practice and they have made millions, and I am doing ethical business, I am not able to grow. I tell you, it's not worth the lack of peace and disturbance that he has, and later one day, for sure they are going to reap the consequence of one's action. So it's better to be on the safer side, have a good sleep and happy holiday with your family and do ethical business. And there are a number of examples, as I said, that people have been successful doing ethical business. It's not that only unethical way you can make a lot of money. This is a myth. And all those who have done that way have found their fall very quickly. So you have heard about all the dot-coms and all that, Wall Street and many such businesses which have just gone down the drain in no time. It's a wake-up call for our young people to look within oneself and see how we can progress. Following the precepts of ethics. As I said, compassion, commitment are two essential ingredients of life. Without this, life has no charm. Nor you will have a sustained growth in your business or entrepreneurship, whatever you are taking into it. Today, even United Nations has acknowledged it's not GDP but GDH, which is even more important than GDP. Gross domestic happiness. We cannot ignore this. Happiness is an important factor. And I tell you, a small country like Bhutan, they top the index of happiness. And you walk around and there is people with big smile and so happy and content, yet moving towards prosperity. And I see Slovenia has such a possibility. A small country with 2 million people, it's easy to manage. I suppose so. Because we come from a country of 1.2 billion people. I know His Excellency may not agree with me on. So from a different perspective, I'm saying it's easy to educate people in ethics. It's easy to bring this awareness of happiness. Create a wave of happiness in this country. It's possible. I want to tell you about Japan. Japan is a very progressive country. It's very good. But 30,000 youths are committing suicide every year. It's a huge number. So last May when I met the Prime Minister of Japan, he mentioned to me, Gurudev, what do we do? See, 30,000 youths are committing suicide. Economically, we are well off. These young people have 2 cars at home. They have whatever they need. We are ready to provide. But there is something that money cannot provide. In spite of opulence, in spite of abundance here, our youths are into depression. 2 million youths are in depression and 30,000 youths are committing suicide. We don't have an answer for this. What is that we can do? We took a project there, creating waves of happiness, bringing people together. Okay, come, let's breathe together, sing together, meditate together. A few minutes of calming the mind and going deep within yourself. You have a space that is so beautiful deep within you. Calming the mind and meditating, it can create a big difference. And it saved so many lives from the verge of committing suicide and getting into depression. In Germany alone, 40% of school teachers are depressed. This is alarming. Just imagine your happy kid goes to the classroom and he finds the teacher so depressed. What do you expect for the child to come out of the school with? It's unfortunate. So we need to remember one of the signs of success is a big smile with confidence. The confidence we can face any challenge. As you can see with Mr. Petlet, he has a big smile. So does His Excellency. So this confidence and a smile is a marker for success to me. If you have a big bank balance and your face is so dull and completely exhausted and depressed, what good is that money for? People make a lot of money, put it in the bank and they die. It's like all night trying to make the bed and no time to sleep. By the time you went to sleep, you're already gone. So you're making bed all night. This is exactly what's happening today. People put all their money in the bank and they die, and their children fight over those. 90% of the court cases are usually, even in India and many other places, I don't know about Slovenia, are about the inheritance. If hard-earned money of one's own money, you don't have so many court cases. It's only the inheritance that the people fight about. And this is happening. Is this the way of living? Is this what we mean by success in business? And there is no success. What's the point of doing business? Trust is the backbone of business. Success is the goal of business. And if we lose these 2 things, the goal and the backbone, and it's a lame business which is good for nothing, brings you more sickness. So to summarize, I would say, business cannot be run without certain degree of integrity, certain degree of commitment, certain degree of loyalty, integrity, honesty or ethics. It's impossible to run. And when we start from our own side, we will set an example for people working under us and people who are above us to follow the same. So trust is essential. Today people are not even, they are losing trust even to put money in their banks. It was in the business, slowly it has crept into banks also. You don't know, you keep your money in the bank, tomorrow you don't know, you may be asked to pay 10% or 20% of it. Huh? So such a fear and uncertainty takes over society. And then comes the crime, violence, crime. These things will creep up. So honesty and ethics in business can chuck crime and violence from the society. A corporate social responsibility among the business can enable to bridge the gap between the haves and have-nots. And in that way also can check violence and crime in society. Otherwise we are sitting on an explosive, Anytime a section of society can come to streets and create havoc, wherein the business community will be the biggest sufferer of it. We have seen this happening in Paris for days, maybe weeks. A section of society was on rampage and all business was shut down. We lost millions in those 2 weeks in Paris. So, we are not living in an isolated society. We are part of a whole, wherein the politics, the business, and the faith groups, NGOs, all of us have to come together. All of us have to work towards building a better society, a better country. For this, we all have to commit ourselves. Our life is so short on this planet. Just look at the economics of your own life. Suppose you live for 80 years. How do you spend those 80 years? Have you thought about it? In the 80 years, 40 years you spend in sleeping, in bed, nearly half the time. If you are sick, you can add few more years here or there. Per day, if you spend 2 hours in food, breakfast, lunch and dinner, you would be spending nearly 8 years in eating. Similarly, 8 to 10 years in bathrooms and toilets. If you live in a big city like New York or Frankfurt, put 10, 15 years in traffic jams and working. If you analyze how we are spending our life, you will find hardly 2-3 years of our life we would have spent happily. So this is the time that we are really living our life. The rest is just a preparation to live life. So the vibrancy in life comes with commitment to service. A portion of what we earn, if we give for corporate social responsibility to help, never mind. It is indicating my time is up. So we need to see that how we can contribute to society instead of wanting to get it from society. So if every business house, every entrepreneur think about how we can develop a harmonious society which has more smiles, then we'll be able to move on to a new era of healthy and happy living. Thank you.
Would like to give you a gift now, or should I ask him for the many? Many people have been asking about meditation or at 1 o'clock in the US, at 1 o'clock. I think it's too short. Rachita?
Your Holiness, I'm optimist, but I have to tell you, I didn't expect that we will speak terms today in so many respects. I think that some common denominators appeared or were shared today here, despite the fact that many of us are, I would say, we are all very different, but today we are not speaking about our houses where we were born, but we are speaking about our common house we would like to live in. Thank you very much, Your Holiness, for your share, for your testimony, your messages, and your large smile. And this is a symbolic gift to you from Bled, from Slovenia. This is our traditional art. You know why the symbol is close to the light. Thank you very much. And I would like to I also would like to thank the president of the World Forum for Business Ethics, Madam Rita, for her share in this demanding business. And I also have something for Mr. Perran. He is always behind, I would say, everything. Where is Madame Purk?
She's there. She's there.
I would like to thank her for everything she provided for these days. She has had a big share in our success with this conference.
Thank you very much.
It's a piece of silk from India.
May I request Ms. Rachita Kulkarni to close the conference, please.
Thank you, Christoph. And I think we've just spent about less than an afternoon together, and it has been a fantastic morning. Would you agree? Yeah, I think we had some very interesting conversations. We stimulated a lot of debate, and I think that is the testimony to the fact that all of us are so concerned and so keen to look at how we can reinstill the values of ethics in business. And I think all of us should really know how fortunate we are that we had none other than His Holiness being with us here personally today to share from his abundant wisdom. And the vignettes of knowledge that we got out of that are priceless and can be the threads for success for us as we go ahead. And, you know, of course, to have His Excellency the President as well was such an honor, and to hear from his experience of running this beautiful country and his experience from his life. So as we come to an end, I think it is time to say goodbye, but this is not really a goodbye. It's a, you know, it's a beginning. of a long relationship that we hope to build with you. We have a number of interactions and conferences planned as we go ahead. I think we have two here. We have one in Geneva on the 1st of July in the United Nations, and one in the Parliament, our annual conference in the European Parliament in Brussels. So we welcome all of you and invite all of you to join us in these conversations. I made a reference in my opening remark also that we are working on a number of strategic initiatives to reinstill the values of ethics. One of them is to build an online leadership curriculum, ethical leadership curriculum. We welcome you to join this effort and to share with us your ideas. And this is really now, I would say, your platform. So whatever you think we could do more to strengthen the effort and to strengthen the voice of ethics around the world, we would welcome your suggestions, and we would really love to have your contact as we go ahead, so that with joint force and hands together, we could move ahead and take this agenda forward. A big applause to all of us here for this fantastic morning. Thank you very much. Have a great day ahead.
So I hear that we will have a short musical performance by Zoran. Can I request you to come in front? And as he is coming, maybe it would be nice to acknowledge also the great work of the team of Focus 2031, with Mr. Matthias as the spearhead, and also of the local organization of the Art of Living and the WFAB team with Kirstine Ehlers, Katja Gregel, Andrzej Trampos, and Neringa. So great work, really, from many, many behind the scenes to make this possible. I hear he's a world record holder in his own right, so please, we are looking forward. Thank you so much, Soran. That was great, and thank you to all the speakers and participants. This was a wonderful morning, and indeed just a start. Thank you. Yes, there's a. Please,
Thank you very much. I would like to invite you for lunch. The speakers should stay here in this building because we have still a press conference, and the lunch is served at the main building where you entered, just here, you know, in the main building. So have a good time, and we see each other there. And I would like to finish this by saying to Mr. Peterle, for whom I don't have flowers, but I have a big word of thank you. We were very proud and happy to be able to organize this conference together with you. So thank you very much, and thank you everybody for coming here. Thank you.
Professor, and we would like to take a picture with the volunteers also, and our team. Come, Katja and Anjay and Kirstine. Günther, can we ask you, Günther, to come, please?
Ja.